In this section, we will discuss about vCenter Server. VMware vCenter Server is an advanced server management software. So, vCenter Server is a software. It is used to manage multiple ESXi hosts with one session centrally. So, let us say we have 4 ESXi hosts. We have ESXi1, ESXi2, ESXi3, ESXi4, and the IP addresses of these 4 hosts are like 192.168.140.10, 192.168.140.20, 192.168.140.30, 192.168.140.40. And we want to access all the ESXi hosts, we want to manage them. So instead of creating 4 separate sessions here, what you will do, you will take one server. On this server, you will install vCenter server software. Okay, after installing the vCenter server software on this server, you will configure one IP address. Let us say the IP address of this vCenter server is 192.168.140.100. Then you will add all the 4 ESXi hosts to this vCenter server. After adding all the 4 ESXi hosts to this vCenter server, we will manage them from our PC. Okay, so you will go to your PC and you will open the web browser and you will type the IP address of this vCenter server 192.168.140.100 and you will be connecting to the vCenter server with one session, unlike VMware host client. Okay, with one session, you will access the vCenter server. Via vCenter server, you will manage the multiple ESXi hosts. So in this example, if you see, we have 3 ESXi hosts, 1, 2, 3, and we have one vCenter server. We have added all the 3 ESXi hosts to this vCenter server and we are managing these 3 ESXi hosts from the web client via vCenter server with one session. So besides managing the multiple ESXi hosts from a central point, vCenter server is mandatory to use the advanced features like vMotion, enhanced vMotion, high availability, fault tolerance, distributed resource scheduler, VM cloning, and much more. So if you don't have vCenter server, you cannot use these advanced features of VMware vSphere, or we cannot use these components of VMware vSphere. We'll discuss about these features one by one. So it is used to manage the multiple ESXi hosts from a central point. Okay. So let us say you have multiple ESXi hosts, ESXi1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Let us say you have 100 ESXi hosts, and if you are accessing this multiple ESXi host using web client, so you need to create multiple sessions. You need to create 100 sessions here. So instead of creating the 100 sessions, what you will do, you will install the vCenter server. You will take one server, you will install the vCenter server, and you will add all your 100 ESXi hosts in this vCenter server. Let us say the IP address of this vCenter server is 192.168.140.100. So you will access this vCenter server from your PC, and from this vCenter server you can access all the ESXi hosts with one session. You are creating only one session here. So what is a vCenter server? it is a service that is used to manage the multiple ESXi hosts and virtual machines running them centrally. So we can manage the ESXi host, we can manage the virtual machines as well from a central point. So vCenter server can be installed on Windows Server. So you will take this server and you will download the vCenter server version which supports the Windows Server and you will install it. So we can install the vCenter server for Windows Server, or you can use a pre-configured Linux version of it is also known as vCenter server appliance. So guys, you have two versions in vCenter server. One version is for Windows and you will get one virtual appliance. Guys, what is virtual appliance? We have discussed this point. Virtual appliance, it is a ready-made virtual machine. Okay, so what is this ready-made virtual machine contain? It will have the virtual machine. On the top of this virtual machine, the operating system is there. On the top of this operating system, the application is installed. So vCenter server, okay, it is available as virtual appliance. So what the VMware has done here, they have created one virtual machine. On the top of this virtual machine, they have installed Linux operating system. On the top of this Linux operating system, they have installed the vCenter server. Okay, and this virtual appliance is available on VMware website. So all you need to do is to download this virtual appliance and you will install on any ESXi host. So what we are going to do, we will see how to download this virtual appliance and we will see how to install this virtual appliance in our ESXi2. Okay, so it is available for Windows Server and it is available as virtual appliance. Guys, one vCenter server supports 2000 ESXi hosts, which means we can add 2000 ESXi hosts in one vCenter server and 35,000 virtual machines altogether we can power on any 25,000 virtual machines. Okay, guys, let us say we have 2000 ESXi host. This is our vCenter server and we can add maximum 2000 ESXi host. So these ESXi hosts are having virtual machines, right? So this vCenter server supports, you can add 35,000 virtual machine and we can power on only 25,000 virtual machines. Okay, we can have 35,000 virtual machine, but it will power on only 25,000 virtual machines. Okay, so we have, like, if it is vCenter server 6.0, it supports 1000 ESXi host. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it supports 1000 ESXi host and 6.5 supports 2000, 6.7 also supports 2000 ESXi host. From 7, it is supporting 2500 ESXi host. So powered on virtual machines. So let us say you can register 15,000 virtual machines. So you can create 15,000 virtual machine in vCenter server 6.0. Out of this 15,000 virtual machine, you can power on only 10,000 virtual machine. If you are using 6.5, you can create 35,000 virtual machine, but out of this 35,000 virtual machine, you can power on 25,000 virtual machine. With 6.7 version, you can create 35,000 virtual machines. Okay, we can create 35,000 virtual machine, but we can power on 25,000 virtual machines. With 7.0, we can create 45,000 virtual machine, and we can power on 40,000 virtual machines. And all the advanced features of vSphere are provided through vCenter only. So if you want to use the advanced features like vMotion, enhanced vMotion, high availability, DRS, and fault tolerance, you will get all these advanced feature via vCenter server only. If you don't have vCenter server in your network, you can't get these advanced features. And guys, let us try to understand a concept called vCenter server linked mode group. Let us try to understand what is the use of this link mode group. Imagine we have 6,000 ESXi host. So we have to connect each vCenter server individually, which required 3 sessions. Okay, you have 6,000 ESXi host. So for this 6,000 ESXi host, you need 3 vCenter servers, correct? For these 3 vCenter servers, let us say you have vCenter server 1, vCenter server 2, vCenter server 3. So to access these 3 vCenter servers, you need to create 3 sessions. But what this link mode group will do, it will connect all the vCenter servers, and you don't need to access all the 3 vCenter servers. You will access only one vCenter server, and through this one vCenter server, you can access the other vCenter servers of your network. So if you have multiple sessions, it will be very difficult to manage the infrastructure. So this link mode, what it will do, it will connect all your vCenter servers, and using one session, you can access the multiple vCenter servers. So for the ease of management, there is a way where we can manage the entire infrastructure with single session, which may contain multiple vCenter servers, okay, where thousands of hosts, thousands of virtual machines linked by vCenter servers together. So this concept, okay, link mode group will connect all your vCenter servers. So linkage is called as vCenter server link mode group, and it was a manual process. Previously, we need to link multiple vCenter servers manually. Now it is automated. You don't need to do anything. Okay, it will connect the multiple vCenter servers automatically. Clear, guys? What is linked mode group? Any doubt in link mode group?
No, sir.
Anyone? What is it? What is the use of this link mode group?
You can manage multiple fee centers together.
Multiple
Fee centers, like 6,000.
vCenter servers together. Okay, very good. It will link all the vCenter servers, so you can access them using one session. And guys, this vCenter server is having 2 components. First component is called as VMware Platform Service Controller, which is also called as PSC. And we have vCenter service, or you can say only vCenter. Okay, vCenter server is a different thing and vCenter service is a different thing. So it is having 2 main components. Let us see the uses of these 2 different components. First, we'll discuss about the PSC, Platform Service Controller. So VMware Platform Service Controller group of infrastructure services. So it is having multiple services like vCenter single sign-on and VMware Certificate Authority. So this PSC is having these 2 services, single sign-on and VMware Certificate Authority. So what is this single sign-on? As we have discussed, it will allow the users to access the multiple services using single account. So you will have only one account and you can access the multiple services of vSphere. And it supports this single sign-on supports multiple directory services like local directory service, Active Directory, and LDAP. So this is the use of single sign-on. So we have already discussed what is single sign-on in our first class. And so where is this single sign-on available? It is available in PSC. So if you want to get this single sign-on, you need to install PSC. And this PSC is having one more service called VMware Certificate Authority. So this service manages the certificates, and certificates are stored locally. So VMware Certificate Authority service is used to manage the certificates, and it is having the license service as well. So this service manages all the licenses. So to manage the licenses, to manage the certificates for single sign-on, we need the PSC. Without PSC, you are not going to get these three services. Right. So the above services, the previous services which we have discussed, they are mandatory services. And vSphere vCenter component is having some optional components as well. Optional components like vMotion, storage vMotion, vSphere HA, DRS, storage DRS, fault tolerance scrolling template. These are the optional components. So you need to purchase the separate license for them. Okay, if you don't have the license, you can't have these services. So we are using the license version. In license version, we will get all the services. Let us see the hardware requirement to install the vCenter server. So guys, let us say you have 10 ESXi hosts and 100 virtual machines. So you can have 2 CPUs for PSC, okay, and 100 GB RAM, 4 GB RAM, not 100 GB RAM, sorry. So you will have 2 CPUs and 4 GB RAM. Sorry guys, just once again. If you want to install only PSC, okay, as we have discussed, we have two options, PSC and vCenter server. If you want to install only PSC, then you need 2 CPUs and 4 GB RAM. If you want to install the vCenter server and PSC, then 2 cores, 10 GB RAM. vCenter server, if you have like 100 hosts and 1000 virtual machines, then 4 CPUs and 16 GB RAM. For 400 hosts and 4000 virtual machines, you need 8 CPUs and 24 GB RAM. And for 1000 hosts and 10,000 virtual machine, you need 16 CPUs and 32 GB RAM. For 2000 hosts and 35,000 virtual machines, you need 24 CPUs and 48 GB RAM. So we will go with the tiny environment, okay? 2 CPUs with 10 GB RAM. And for our lab, as we have discussed, we need 12 GB RAM, 2 to 4 CPUs and 300 GB. So this is for the labs, and we have already created the virtual machine based on this. So let us start the installation. We'll go to ISO image U3. Under U3, we will go to appliance. We'll right click. We'll mount it, and after mounting, we'll go to VCSA UI installer. Then we'll go to Win32. Under Win32, we'll go to installer. So we have discussed about these options. The first option is to install the vCenter server from scratch. It is to upgrade, it is to migrate, and it is to restore. This option is for restoring. and let us select the first option. Okay, so we'll click next. We'll accept the license terms. We'll click next. So guys, as we have discussed, it is having two components. One is PCS, the other one is vCenter server. So if you want to install both the components together, you will select the first option. If you want to install PCS separately, vCenter server separately, you will select the, okay, let us say you want to install PCS only, you will select the first option. You want to install only vCenter server, you will select the second option. But we want to install PCS and vCenter server on one server. So we'll select the first option, PCS plus vCenter server. Then we'll click next. And where do we want to install this vCenter server? We have prepared ESXi 2 to install this vCenter server. Okay, here we will install the vCenter server on 192.168.140.20. So we need to enter the IP address here. So IP address is there. Then username is used, password Nova123 #. Then we'll click next. Let us, okay, it has validated. So yesterday it was stucking on this step only. So
What was the issue, sir?
as I told you, I have deleted the virtual machine. I have deleted the virtual server and have installed the new ESXi host. Okay. But in real network, you will not face this kind of issues. On lab, you will face this issue. So you will face some other issues as well because you are running so many machines on one laptop, right? On one computer. So you will face the issues. So when you run the vSphere on your laptop, okay, you will be able to run this vSphere on your real network very easily. Okay, in real network, you will not face much issues. And here, as we have discussed, it is a virtual appliance. Virtual appliance means it is a ready-made virtual machine. So we need to assign the name to this virtual machine here. Okay, so by default, it has taken this name VMware vCenter server appliance. So we'll go with the default virtual machine name. Then we need to assign the password to access this virtual machine. Okay, so let us assign the password. Let us assign the same password, Noah123 #. Okay, remember we are going to create two accounts here. Okay, the first account is for, what do you say, to access the server via SSH, and the second account is to access the vCenter server for adding the ESXi host for creating the virtual machines. So we'll set the password here. This password is to access the vCenter server via SSH. And guys, we are going to deploy the tiny option. Okay. So we have already seen what is tiny, small, large, X large, etc. So tiny required less resources. It required two CPUs, 10 GB memory, and 300 GB storage. Okay, up to 10 hosts we can add and we can create 100 virtual machines. So this tiny environment is enough for our labs. We'll click next. Okay, let me go back, and here the storage size we will select default. Okay, then we'll click next. And where do we want to save? So we have only one data storage, and the free space is 291 GB. Okay, we will go with only, we have only one data store. So if you have multiple data store, you will get the list of data stores here. So we have only one, so we will get only one data store here, and we will enable the thin disk mode. Okay, then we'll click next, and here we need to assign the IP address to the virtual machine, to our vCenter server. Okay, let us assign the IP address. Oh, sorry, the IP address 192.168.140.100. This will be the IP address of vCenter server. 14.10 is the IP address 140.10. Very good. Okay, 140.10 is the IP address of ESXi1. 140.20 is the IP address of ESXi2, and vCenter server IP address will be 140.100, and the subnet mask will be 255.255.255.0, and default gateway will be 192.168.140.2. In real network, you will get the default gateway from the network team, and the DNS server also you will get from the network team, or you need to contact the system administrator. He will provide you the DNS server. In our network, it is 140.2, and DNS server is also 140.2. Then we'll click next, and you can review your settings before starting the application deployment. So here, if you see where we are installing the vCenter server on 140.20. This is the name of virtual machine, and we are installing vCenter server with PCS. The deployment size is tiny, and data store 1, network is VM network, IP address 140.100. You can review all the things. If you need to make the changes, you can go back. So it looks good here, and we will click finish, and it is doing the stage 1 installation. Okay, is what is this stage 1 installation? It will deploy the vCenter server appliance with an embedded PCS controller. So we'll wait for few minutes, then we'll continue. 90% is done. So it will complete the stage 1 first, then it will start the stage 2 installation. So stage 1 deployment vCenter server appliance with an embedded platform services controller. You have successfully deployed the vCenter server with an embedded platform service controller. To proceed with stage 2 of the deployment process, okay, appliance setup, click continue. So we need to click continue. We'll wait for few seconds. Okay, so stage 1 is done and we need to click next for stage 2 installation. It is retrieving the current settings. And guys, time synchronization mode. So from where you want to take the time for this vCenter server, ESXi host or NTP server. So we will select ESXi host. So it will take the time from ESXi host and SSH access. If you want to enable or disable, you can do it from here. So let us enable it. So you can access the vCenter server via SSH. So you should not enable this SSH access always. Okay, whenever you need, you should enable it. Okay, whenever you don't need it, you should disable it for security reasons. Then we'll click next. It is taking the time from the server and it is saving the SSH settings. Now, as we have discussed, it required SSO. What is SSO? It will take only one username and password. You can use one username and password for multiple services, multiple vSphere services. And the second use of vSphere is it supports multiple directories as well, like Active Directory, LDAP, local directory. So if you have any existing domain like in Active Directory or LDAP, you will select the second option and you need to join this vCenter server to that domain. So we don't have any existing directory like Active Directory or LDAP. So we will go with the first option. So it will create the new SSO domain and it will create that domain in the local server. Okay, so let us give vsphere.local and single sign-on username is administrator. So you will log on to this vCenter server using this administrator. So your full name will be like this. Administrator @ vsphere.local. Then you will assign the password. You will provide the password here. So the same password you need to provide while login to the vCenter server. So let us provide the password. We'll go with the same password. Nova123 $. Nova123 $. Then we'll click next. We'll use the local domain here. Okay, then we'll click next. So you will confirm, okay, whether you want to accept any emails or it will send the, let us say this vSphere is having some issues, so it will send the messages to the VMware. So we'll uncheck it, then we'll click next, and it is ready to complete now. If you want, you can review your settings. Okay, the IP address, subnet mask, gateway, DNS, and time synchronization mode. SSH is enabled or not. And what is the domain here? vSphere.local administrator, and we have opted out for CEIP setting. Then we'll click finish. And you will not be able to pause or stop the installation from the completing once it starts. So once it is started, you can't stop it. Okay, so click OK to continue or cancel to stop the installation. So we'll click OK. We want to install it. So stage 2 is getting installed here. So we'll wait for a few minutes. So guys, 97% installation is done. After the installation, we'll see how to access the vCenter server. Okay, we have multiple ways to access the vCenter server. Then we will add the ESXi host to this vCenter server. Okay, we have two ESXi hosts, ESXi 1 and 2. We will add them to vCenter server. The installation is completed, and using this link also you can access the vCenter server, but we don't have any DNS server. So what we will do, we will access the vCenter server using IP address. So if you click this link, okay, you can see it is not opening. So let us try to access the vCenter server using IP address. Before that, we will see how many ways are there to access the vCenter server. Till here it is clear, guys. Any doubt?
So far, so good.
Others, you guys are available, everyone?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we can access the vCenter server via SSH. Okay, you will open Putty and you will type the IP address of vCenter server like 192.168.140.100. You will get the CLI access, okay, via SSH and console. Okay, let me show you what does it mean by console. You will go to, you will access the, where we have installed the vCenter server on which ESXi host. Guys, on which is ESXi host we have installed the vCenter server?
20.
On ESXi2, right? What is the IP address?
Sir, 192.168.40.20. 140.20.
140.20. So we will access that ESXi host 140.20. We'll go to advanced. We'll proceed to 140.20. Okay, we are accessing the host directly. This is the ESXi host. It is not the vCenter server. I'm just showing you how to access it, how to access the vCenter server. So this host is having one virtual machine. Okay, you can see VMware vCenter server appliance. You will click that virtual machine and this is the console. From here you can access the vCenter server, but you will get the CLI. You can see the IP address and the URL and you will get this information here. This is the first option you can say, and you can access via SSH as well. So let me show you SSH as well. You will open the PuTTY software and you will select SSH and you will type the IP address of vCenter server 168.140.100, 140 or 148. Let us
140.
check. We'll click yes. Now, okay, root password and Noah123 hash dollar. Okay, we are able to access the vCenter server via SSH as well. But these are the command line interface. Now we can access the vCenter server via GUI as well. Okay, the first option is vSphere client and it uses HTML technology. So it uses less bandwidth and it will take your resources less. And the second option is vSphere web client. This option, it will use, I'm forgetting the technology name. Okay, anyhow, this option is obsoleted. Okay, it is no more in use. So we use only one option to access the vCenter server, which is vSphere client. So how will you access it? You will open the browser and you will type the IP address of vCenter server. What is the IP address of vCenter server?
192.168.140.100.
192.168.140.100. Okay, when you type the IP address again, you will go to advanced and you select this option proceed to. And if you see here, we have two options: launch vSphere client, and it is using HTML technology. And this option, it is obsoleted. It is no more in use. So I'm forgetting the technology name. It is very famous technology, guys. And that technology is obsoleted. Because of that technology, this option is no more available. Okay. So anyhow means when I remember the technology name, I will let you know. So we use only vSphere client to access the vCenter server. Let us click this option. Okay, and here we will use the administrator account, and we need to provide the domain name as well. So we have created this account in local domain vSphere.local. Hash dollar. This is the vCenter server interface. Okay, and this is the IP address of the vCenter server. And guys, we have just installed the vCenter server. We have not added the client. So what is the use of vCenter server?
We can access multiple EXI.
So we can access multiple ESXi host from this vCenter server, correct? So we need to add them first, correct? Then only we can access.
Yes.
Okay, so let us add the vCenter server. For that, we need to create the data center. Okay, so let us see what is this data center. What is the use of this data center? So guys, data center is a container of ESXi host. So you need to create this container first. So under this container, you will add the multiple ESXi host. So you can create multiple data centers, you can create multiple containers, logical containers to organize groups of environment to meet the different user needs. So let us say you have multiple physical data centers where you have installed multiple ESXi hosts. You have two ESXi hosts in US, two ESXi hosts in India. So what you will do, you will create the virtual data centers and you will add the India ESXi host to India data center, US ESXi host to US data center. For example, you can create some data containers for high performance environment, other data centers for less demanding environment. Okay, it depends. Okay, it depends on the requirement. So to add the ESXi host, you need to create the data center. You need to remember this point. So let us create the data center first. So how to create the data center? You will go to this vCenter server IP address, right click here and you will select this option, new data center. Let us say it is the US data center. By default, it will take the name data center. So let us change it to US data center and we'll click OK. So where do we want to create this US data center? What is the location? You will create the data center on this vCenter server 192.168.140.100. If you have multiple vCenter servers, you will get the list here. You can see under this 192.168.140.100, the US data center is created, but it doesn't have any host, it doesn't have any virtual machines because we have not added any host yet. So we need to add the host. How to add the host? Again, you will right click on this data center, US data center, and you will select this host option. Host means ESXi host. So let us add the first ESXi host. What is the IP address of first ESXi host?
192.168.
192.168.140.10.
140.10.
Okay, and where do we want to add this ESXi host? In US data center. You may have multiple data centers. So we have created only one data center here. So you will get the data center name. Okay, so we'll click next. And what is the username and password of that ESXi host? What is the username and password of ESXi host?
So root.
Very good. Root Noah123 $. Then we'll click next. So it will check it is contacting the ESXi host. Now we need to install the certificates. We will click yes and you will see the name 192.168.140.10 and vendor VMware model. This is the server information. If it is the physical server, you will get the physical server name like HP, Dell, etc. And what is the version? 6.7. And guys, how many virtual machines we have created on ES6i1?
One.
Only one, right? And this is the name, Windows Server 1. So you will get this information as well. Then we'll click next. So this information is about the license here. So we are using the evaluation license. Then we'll click next. And what do you want to do? Lockdown mode. What is this lockdown mode? If you disable, you can access the ESXi host, this ESXi1 from DCUI, from vCenter server, from the web server as well. Okay, the browser, web browser as well. If you select normal, so the host is accessible only through local console. Local console means DCUI and vCenter server. Okay, in the normal mode. If you select the strict mode, the host is accessible. Host means we are adding ESXi, right? So it is talking about ESXi1. So if you select one, if you select strict, the host is accessible only through vCenter server. even we won't be able to access the ESXi through DCUI. Okay, you need to access through this vCenter server only. So we will go with disable option, then we'll click next. And where do we want to add it? So we will add it to the US data center, then we'll click next. And it is ready to complete. You can review the things like what is the name, location, etc. If you need to, if you want to make any changes, you can go back and make the changes. And if you want to cancel, you can cancel it. So we'll finish. We'll click finish, and you can see 80% process is done. Okay, it is adding here. It is not completely added. That is why you are seeing this red mark. It is completed. Okay, let us go to this 140.10. You will see the virtual machine under this ES6i1. Let us add the second ES6i host. How to add the host into the data center? What should I do to add the host?
Right click on
Click US
vCenter.
data center.
Right click here. Then which option?
Add host.
Add host. Very good. Here what should I type?
IP address
What is the IP address of ES6i2?
140.20.
20. Very good. Then we'll click next. And what is the username and password here? We need to enter. vCenter server or host username and password?
Sir, host username.
Host username and password. Very good. We'll click next. Yes. And you can review the things. Then we'll click next. Next. And we'll click next. We'll not select any lockdown mode. We'll go with disabled option. And where do you want to add this ESXi2 in US data center? Then we'll click next. So again, the process is started here. 80% process is done. Okay, so we'll go to 140.20, and this machine is having how many virtual machines? 140.20. Pardon?
vCenter.
It is having vCenter server. So you are having this information here. You can see, you can launch the console and you can access this virtual machine. So what we will do tomorrow, we will review the vCenter server settings. Okay, we will see which option will do what. Okay, so we'll review the settings of vCenter server tomorrow. Any doubt in today's class? Please confirm, guys.
No, sir.
No, fine. Ahmed,
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine.
Preet, any doubt?
No.
Alright, yes. So, guys, I will upload the video today, and please send me your email address. Okay, share your
Can
email
you
address.
can
in
you
the-
add the slides as well? Because the slides that we got, some of it are missing.
Okay, no problem. What do you want?
The slides to read and the videos.
Slides are not there.
Some of it are missing. From 9 to 14 are missing. 28 or 27 is missing.
No issues. I
I don't
will
know
add.
if it's only me or everyone else.
No issues. No issues. I will add them. Okay, so just drop your email address in the chat section. Okay, in my personal window here in Zoom. Okay, I'm waiting for you to drop the email address.
In this chat.
Yeah, in the chat box here.
Okay.
Or you can, okay. All right, guys. Thank you. I will add you guys in that link and I will share the link with you. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, guys. Take care.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So what we will do now, we will see multiple options to manage the ESXi host. We are talking about the ESXi host, not the virtual machine. Okay, so you can see this is the IP address of ESXi1, 192.168.140.1, 192.168.140.20. These two IP addresses are the IP addresses of two ESXi hosts. So if you right click here, you will get these many options. Okay, these options are used to manage the ESXi host. So from the first option, you can create the virtual machine. Okay, like you create the virtual machine by accessing the host individually. Here we can create the virtual machine from the vCenter server on 140.10. Okay, if you right click here, you will get the multiple options to create the virtual machine. Then the second option is we can deploy the OVF template. As we have discussed, we have the ready-made virtual machines as well. Let us say you have downloaded the ready-made virtual machine from any website, from any vendor like Oracle or VMware, etc. So if you want to deploy the ready-made virtual machine, you will select the second option. Then the third option, you will create the new resource pool. So guys, resource pool is used to reserve the resources for virtual machine. Okay, you have some, you want to reserve, you have some virtual machines. Okay, and you want to reserve some resources, like this virtual machine one should always get 4 GB of RAM and let us say 2 CPUs. So what you will do, you will create the resource pool and you will allocate 4 GB of RAM and 2 CPUs to virtual machine one. Okay, so it is used to allocate the resources to the virtual machine. Then we have this VApp option. Okay, so what is this VApp used for? We have some servers in environment that should run together. Okay, let us say we have database server and web server. These two servers should work together. If you are restarting the web server, you need to restart the database server. Okay, if database server is shut down and web server is on, there is no use. Okay, both the servers work together. So for that, what you will do, if you want to restart the servers together, you will create one VApp. Under this VApp, you will add these two servers. Okay, so whenever you restart the VApp, these two servers will be restarted together. This is the use of VApp. Then we have one more option, maintenance mode. Let us say this ESXi host is having some issues. It is not shut down, but it is having some issues. It is very slow now and you want to fix it. You want to do the maintenance. So what you will do, instead of shutting down the ESXi host, you will select the first option, enter maintenance mode. As soon as you have selected this first option, enter maintenance mode, what this ESXi will do, it will move the virtual machine of this ESXi. These two virtual machines will be moved to another ESXi host. Okay, because it is in maintenance mode. Maintenance mode means it can be shut down anytime, it can be restarted anytime, so we can't trust it. So it will move the virtual machines from this ESXi host to another ESXi host. This is the use of maintenance mode. So when the maintenance is done, you can select the second option, exit maintenance mode. Then you can connect or disconnect this ESXi host. Okay guys, this ESXi host is added to vCenter server. So what you can do from this option, by selecting this connect or disconnect option, let us say if you select this disconnect option, it will be disconnected from vCenter server. It will work individually. okay, without any vCenter server. And if you want to connect, you can connect it. Then we have this power option. If you want to power on the virtual machine, you will select the first option. If you want to enter into standby mode, you will select the second option. To shut down the ESXi host, you will select the third option, which is shut down. To restart the server, to restart the ESXi host, you will select the fourth option. And certificates. So guys, if you want to renew the certificates, if you want to refresh the certificates, you will use this certificates option. So what this certificate will do, okay, this certification option is used to provide the security. And why means security, this certificate, to ensure the security, okay, it will provide the, where is the option, certificate to ESXi host. Okay, vCenter server will provide the certificate to ESXi host, and they will have the secure connection between vCenter server and ESXi host. So if you want to renew the certificate, you will select the first option. If you want to refresh the certificate, you will select the second option. Just give me 2 minutes. All right, guys. So certificates option is to renew the certificate, to refresh the certificate. These certificates are between vCenter server and ESXi host for the secure communication. Then we have storage option. If you want to create new data store, if you have added a new data store, if you have added a storage and you want to scan, you will select this second option. Okay, we will discuss this storage option when we see SAN. Okay, when we discuss SAN, we will see their storage option. Then you have networking option as well. Okay, if you want to do the virtual networking, you will select this add networking option. If you want to add the networking VM kernel, we will see what is this VM kernel adapter and virtual machine port, physical network adapter. These options we are going to cover in networking option. Okay, we have a separate topic network. We have a separate networking topic. We have a separate SAN topic, storage topic. So there we are going to discuss these points. Then again, if you right click here and here, host profile. What is host here? What is the meaning of host? Anyone? It is referring to which device? ESXi host, correct?
ESXi host.
ESXi host, okay, which is nothing but your physical server. So host profiles means, let us say we have configured some IP addresses here. We have configured the IP address. We have configured the host name, subnet mask, default gateway, NTP server, DNS. So many configuration we have done on this ESXi host. And we want to take the backup of this configuration. So what you will do? You will select this option. Extract the host profile. So it will take the backup. You will save this configuration somewhere. Let us say this ESXi host is not working and you have added a new ESXi host in place of this. You have replaced this ESXi host. So again, you will have to do the same configuration. So there, what you will do, you will restore the backup. You will select this option, attach host profile. Got the point? What is the use of this host profile? Anyone? Any doubt till here?
Once more, please explain
Which one?
host profile.
Host
Host
profile.
profiles.
Profile, as I told you, it is nothing but configuration of this host. So what configuration we have done on this host? We have configured IP address, correct? This is the IP address. We have configured subnet mask. We have configured default gateway, NTP server, DNS, and we have done some other configurations. So this host profile, if you select this option and you will see this extract host profile option. So it will take the backup of this configuration. Whatever the configuration you have done on this host, it will take the backup. Is it clear till here?
Yes, sir, got it.
Let us say your physical server goes down and you have replaced this physical server with another server. So instead of configuring that host again, you will restore this host profile. Okay, it will take the same configuration there. Is it clear or any doubt?
Yes, sir. No, sir.
Others?
It's clear.
Clear now.
All right. Again, if you right click here and let us say your ESXi host is having some issues. You have contacted the VMware support. So VMware support, they will ask you to provide the logs. So how will you get the log message? You will select this option, export system logs. So when you select this option, it will gather the information and you will provide this log messages, so this file to the VMware support team. Okay, it is generating the log message. These files you will provide to the VMware support team. And again, this option is used to assign the license. Let us say you have the license. We are using the evaluation version. So you have the purchase license, okay, and you want to add that license here. You will use this option. It is for licensing. And if you select the settings option, it will take you to this page. There you will get the storage option, networking option, virtual machine option, systems option, hardware, and you will get some other options as well. And if you want to move this virtual machine to some other data center, let us say you have two data centers, and if you want to move this ESXi host from US data center to India data center, so you will select that option and you can move the ESXi host from one data center to another data center. And this option will remove the ESXi host from inventory. Okay, the first option, it will just disconnect. Okay, if you select this disconnect option, it will disconnect the ESXi host from vCenter server, but this ESXi host still it will be there in the inventory. So let us say you want to remove the ESXi host from inventory as well. So you will select this option, remove from inventory, and add permissions. So if you want to provide the permissions, so you will select this option here, like access control and alarm. If you want to see the alarms, okay, the log messages, so you will set the alarm here. You will get alarm rule, alarm reset. You will get the alarms. So this option was for alarm. And update manager means it will check the updates and it will do the update on your ESXi host. So these are the ESXi host options. Okay guys, they are not the virtual machine options. They are not the vCenter server options. They are the ESXi host options. Is it clear till here? Any doubt? Please confirm guys.
Yes, it's
No,
good
sir.
now.
Others, Ahmad, Preet, any doubt?
No.
No, sir.
All right. So guys, so let us move forward. And you will get the same options here as well on second ESXi host, right? If you right click here, new virtual machine, deploy OVF, etc. Now we will see the vCenter server home page. Okay. So we will see the vCenter server options now. So how to go to the home page? You will go to menu. Under menu, you will select the home option. Okay. And you will get these many options. And if you select the shortcut option, you will get these icons. Okay. These are the home options. Under this home option, you will see host and clusters, VMs and templates, storage, networking, content library, global inventory list, linked domain, task console, event console, VM customization specification, VM storage policies, host profiles, update manager and license. Okay, so let us go to the home page of this vCenter server. In our previous example, we have seen ESXi host options. In this example, we will see the vCenter server options. Okay, so don't get confused. So how to go to the home page? Menu, then home. You can go to the shortcut option. You will get these options here. Okay, what is this first option? Host and cluster. If you select the first option, it will take you to the ESXi host page. Okay, let us click this option here, and you can see we have US data center, then ESXi host 1, ESXi host 2, and it is having these two virtual machines. If you select the second option, okay, it will take you to the virtual machine page. You will get the virtual machines of the ESXi host 1 and ESXi host 2. Okay, so these two ESXi hosts are having 4 virtual machines. Okay, and you will get these options as well. Summary, monitor, configure, permission, host and cluster, VMs, data store, network and updates. Okay, if you select the storage option, you will get the storage here. You can see total we have 2 data stores, data store 1, data store 1 and in bracket 1. So let us see what is this data store 1. Okay, so if you go to hosts, this data store 1, it belongs to ESXi1 192.168.1.10. How many virtual machines are there in this data store? It is having 2 virtual machines. And who is having the permission to access this data store? These many users. And the configuration, if you want to increase the size, if you want to refresh the data store, if you want to edit the capacity, okay, you will select this configuration option. And if you want to monitor the data store, you will select this monitor option. Okay, you will get all the issues, alarms you will get. If there is an issue, you will get the alarm as well. You will see the performance overview. So based on this performance overview, you can take the decision. Okay, and tasks, events, whatever the task you have done on this data store, if there is any event happened on this data store, you will get all these things here. Okay, and let us see what is this data store 11. This data store, it belongs to 192.168.140.20 host ESXi2, and it is having these two virtual machines. Okay, these are the files of this. So these are the file which is having this data store, permissions and configure. So if you want to change the settings, you can change the settings from here. If you want to do the monitoring, and you can get the summary from the first option, summary option, like what is the storage here, details, tags, customer, attributes, etc. Okay, let us go back to shortcuts. So we have seen host and cluster. It will take you to the ESXi host, VMs and templates. It will show the virtual machines available on this ESXi host, storage and networking. Again, if you want to perform the networking, if you want to know the information about your networking, you will select this networking option. So how many networks are there? One network is there. We'll see, okay, what is this VM network and how many VM virtual machines are connected to this VM network 4 and how many hosts are there? Two hosts are there, ESXi1 and ESXi2. If you want to do the update, you can do it from here. Data stores, okay, two data stores are there. And what are the hosts which are connected in this network? These two hosts are available. Permissions, okay, these users are having the permission to access this network. Configure, monitor, summary. Okay, so data store is also having these many options: summary, monitor, configure, etc. Network is also having the same options. Then we have content library. So guys, imagine you have multiple vCenter server in your network. I am talking about vCenter server. Okay, we have vCenter 1, vCenter server 2, vCenter server 3, vCenter server 4. And if you want to install, let us say, Windows Server operating system, okay, obviously we have vCenter server and all the vCenter servers are having multiple hosts. This multiple host will have the multiple virtual machines and you need to install the Windows Server operating system. So you need to upload the iOS on all the vCenter servers. So it will take a lot of time. So instead of that, what you will do, you will upload the ISO image on vCenter server one's content library and you will share the link with the other vCenter servers. Okay, so this content library is used to save the ISO images, softwares, files, etc., which can be shared with the other vCenter servers. Clear, guys? Any doubt with content library?
No, sir.
No.
Okay, then we have global inventory. So in this inventory, you will have the virtual machine, VApp, whatever we have discussed. Okay, you will see all these things in this global inventory. Then task console, okay, whatever the tasks you have done, it will be appearing. So you need to be very careful, okay, while doing anything on the vCenter server. So everything will be recorded here. Whatever you have done, you can see in this task console. Then event console. So anything happens in your vCenter server, okay, so it will be appearing here. Any event like something goes wrong, everything will be appearing here. You can see the event and you can troubleshoot the things. And VM customization is specification. So guys, this option is useful for, let us say, you have one clone. We have one virtual machine. Or let us say this is the ESX, virtual machine. Okay, let us take the example of virtual machine. So you have created one virtual machine, you have installed operating system, then you have installed some applications. Okay. Now your requirement is to create the virtual machine and install the, let us say you have installed Windows operating system, Windows Server 2012 operating system, and you have installed Oracle application. And your requirement is you need to create the same 100 virtual machine. You should create the virtual machine. Windows operating system will be installed on the top of that virtual machine. Then you will install the Oracle operating system. So if you create the virtual machine, if you install the operating system, and if you install the Oracle application on the top of that operating system, it will take a lot of time. So instead of that, what you will do, you will create the clone. Okay, you will create one virtual machine and you will create hundreds of clone of this virtual machine, and it will save your time. So while creating the clone, so guys, this virtual machine, this operating system might be having some IP address, right? Let us say it is having 192.168.1.1 operating the IP address, and let us say the server name is server 1. So if you create the clone, okay, all the clone machines will have the same IP address and same server name. So if you have same IP address and same server name, there will be a conflict in your network. To avoid the conflict, what you will do, you will create one custom file. In that custom file, what you will do, you will tell this file that whenever you are creating the clone, okay, at the time of creating the clone, when it is configuring the IP address, do not configure the IP address from the parent machine. This is the parent machine. Do not take the IP address from parent machine. Instead of that, prompt for the IP address. Prompt for the Windows machine name. Okay. So you will create this custom file. Okay. And this custom file is useful when you create the clone. Okay. We will see this custom file as well. Okay. We will see the lab also. Then if you want to create the VM store policies, you can create it here from this option. Then for host profile, as we have discussed, host profile means you will take the host configuration. You will take the backup of this host configuration and you can restore it later. Update manager, it is to update the ESXi host, it is to update the vCenter server. And this option is for licensing. Okay, so these are the options you should be familiar of. Okay. Let us see cloning. Okay, so first we'll see what is a clone here. So a clone is a copy of an existing virtual machine. So you have one virtual machine 1, and what you will do, you will create the copy of this virtual machine. Okay, the same copy. And existing virtual machine is called as parent of the clone. So this existing virtual machine 1 is the parent here, and the clone is called as child. And when the cloning operation is complete, the clone is a separate virtual machine. So you have created the clone from this virtual machine. After cloning the virtual machine, it will be a separate virtual machine. It is not connected to virtual machine 1. Okay, so existing virtual machine is called as parent of the clone. When the cloning operation is complete, the clone is a separate virtual machine. Though it may share the virtual disk with parent, so even though, okay, it may share the same virtual disk or it may have the separate virtual disk, but it will be a separate virtual machine. And changes made to the clone do not affect the parent virtual machine. Let us say you have created this virtual machine. This is the clone. And after that, you have made some changes, like you have reduced the RAM, you have reduced the hard disk. It will not affect the parent virtual machine. So both of them are separate virtual machines now. So changes made to the parent virtual machine do not appear in the clone. So if you make the changes on the parent virtual machine, it will not affect the clone as well. Guys, when you create the clone, a clone's MAC address and UUID are different from those the parent virtual machine. So when you create the clone virtual machine, it will have its own MAC address. The MAC address will be different, and the UUID is also. different from parent virtual machine. So to ensure, what is this UUID? So to ensure all the virtual machines are correctly identified, each virtual machine automatically assigned a universal unique identifier. So all the virtual machines are having UUID, and when you create the clone, it will not have the UUID of the parent machine. Okay, it will have the different UUID, it will have the different MAC address as well. So why to make the clone? Okay, so installing a guest operating system applications can be time consuming. Let us say your requirement is to create 100 virtual machines. All the virtual machines should have Windows 2012 operating system. All the virtual machines should have Oracle database, or you can say all the virtual machines should have MS Office. Okay, and some other applications. Okay, the same applications. So what you will do, you will create one virtual machine and you will install the operating system Windows 2012. On the top of this operating system, you will install the applications like Oracle, MS Office, etc. So it is ready now. So you will create the second virtual machine, then you will install the operating system, then you will install the application. Means it will take a lot of time. So you will create only one virtual machine and you will create the multiple clones from this virtual machine, which will save your time. Okay, so clones are useful when you deploy many identical virtual machines to a group. For example, an MIS department can clone a virtual machine for each employee with a single suite of pre-configured Office application. As I told you, if you want to create multiple virtual machines with same configuration, you can do the cloning. A teacher can clone a virtual machine for students with all the lessons labs required for them. So students will have the same requirement. Okay, all the students in a class will have the same requirement. So in that case also, you will do the cloning. So with clones, you can conveniently make complete copy of a virtual machine. So guys, let us see how to do the cloning lab. As we have discussed, we need to create the customized file first. Then we need to create the clone. So we should do the customization, otherwise clone will have the same IP address and same machine name. So let us say this is virtual machine 1 and it is having 192.168.1.1 IP address and the server name is server 1. So when you perform the cloning, virtual machine 2 will get the same IP address and it will get the same server name as well. So there will be a conflict in the network. So to avoid the conflict, we need to create the customization file. This customization file, while creating the clone, it will prompt for the IP address and server name, and it will prompt for the hardware customization as well. Let us say you don't want the same hardware on the other virtual machine. So it will prompt for the hardware customization as well. So original virtual machine is referred as parent or source. Okay, this is the source here. Okay. So to avoid that duplication, we create the customization file. So how to create the customization file? You will go to menu, shortcuts, then you will select this VM customization specification. Okay, then we will create the new file here and let us provide the name like Windows 2012 machine. You can provide the description as well. And where do we want to create this file? On this vCenter server. And what is the parent virtual machine having, which operating system is there in the parent virtual machine? Windows operating system. Okay, then we'll click next and owner name Noah, owner organization Noah. So this option, use the virtual machine name. So guys, if you select this option, what it will do, it will provide the computer name same as the parent virtual machine. It will take the parent virtual machine name and it will assign the same name to the computer name. If you select the second option, enter a name in the clone and define. So this option, if you select the second option, while creating the clone, it will ask for the name of the computer. If you select the third option, you need to provide the name right now. So we'll select the second option. We want the name to be asked at the time of creation of clone. And then we'll click next. We need to enter the product key. So guys, you will not get the key from the parent machine. You need to have a separate product key. So we are using the trial version here. So we'll not enter any product key. And you need to provide the password. So NOA123 hash dollar. This is the Windows Server password. And if you select the automatic log on as administrator option, so what it will do, it will log on to the machine without asking any password. If you give one, so it will allow you to enter the Windows machine without any password for only one time. Okay. If you select 5 here, you can enter, you can log on to the Windows machine for 5 times. From the 6th time, it will ask for a password. So we don't want this option. And the confirm password, I think it is not correct. NOA123 hash dollar. NOA123 hash dollar. It is not matching. What we will do, we will type the password on a notepad. We'll click next and you need to enter the time zone. Then we'll click next. And if you want to run any command after logon, you can enter the command here. So we don't want to run any command. And here we need to assign the IP address. Okay, we need to select the method to configure the IP address on clone machine. If you select the first option, it will get the IP address from DSCP. So we'll select the second option, then we'll go to NIC edit. And here we'll get the 3 option. Use DSCP to obtain the IP address. So we don't configure the IP address from DSCP on servers. So if you select the second option, it will ask for a password when you create, it will ask for IP address when you create the clone. If you select the third option, you need to provide the IP address right now. We'll go with the second option. Then we'll click OK. Prompt user. Then we'll click next. And if you have domain, you need to provide the domain name here. So we don't have any domain. So we'll go with work group. Then we'll click next. And you can review your settings. We'll click finish. Okay, so you can see customization specification is created. Let us delete the older one. We'll delete it. Okay, so we have only one file here for Windows operating system. Now what we will do, we will create the clone. So let us go back to the ESXi hosts using this option. So we have this ESXi hosts. We have 140.10 and 140.20. On 140.10, what we had done, we had created one virtual machine. On the top of that virtual machine, we had installed the Windows Server operating system. Okay, this machine is having Windows Server operating system. We will clone this machine. Okay, you can see Windows Server 2012 64-bit operating system is installed on this virtual machine. So we'll create the clone. Right click, then you will go to clone option, and it is having 3 options here. Okay, so clone to virtual machine. Clone to virtual machine means it will create one more virtual machine. We'll discuss about the other 2 options later. Let us concentrate on the first option. This first option will create the clone of this virtual machine to virtual machine. So we'll click the first option and we need to provide the name. So let us provide the name as Windows Server 1 clone. We are creating the clone. Windows Server 1 clone. Where do we want to save this clone? In US data center. Okay. If you have multiple data centers, you will get the list here. Then you will click next, and on which ESXi host you want to save this clone. Okay, it is already in 140.10. You can select 140.10, you can select 140.20 as well. So let us go with 140.10. Then we'll click next, and virtual disk format. What should be the virtual disk format? Same as source. Okay, if the source is formatted with thin, you will get the thin provision here. If it is configured with thick provision, it will take thick provision. So same as source means it will take the thin, because we have configured our source Windows Server 1 as thin provision. So it will take thin, and you can select the different options as well. So let us go with same format as source. Then we'll click next. And guys, what do you want to customize? Okay, you want to customize the operating system. So it will ask for the operating system name or Windows machine name, and it will ask for the IP address as well. And the second option, if you select the second option, it will ask you to customize the virtual hardware as well. If you want to increase or decrease the RAM, if you want to increase or decrease the hard disk, if you want to increase the CPUs, okay, you will select this option. If you don't want to customize the hardware, you will uncheck it, so it will not ask you to customize the hardware. So let us select both the option. If you select the third option, it will power on the virtual machine after creating the clone. So we don't want to power it on. So we will check customize the operating system and customize this virtual machine's hardware option. Then we'll click next. And here we need to select the customization. Let us select the file and we'll click next. And here you can see it is asking for the computer name. So let us provide the name. Let us say it is a database server. You will provide the database server, and you need to provide the IP address here itself. DB server, the IP address, let us say 192.168.1.1, subnet mask 255.255.255.0, default gateway 192.168.1.100. Then you will click next. Okay, it is asking you to customize the hardware. If you want to increase or decrease the CPU, you can increase, decrease memory, you can increase or decrease it here. Okay, if you see the hard disk, it has selected thin provision, same as parent virtual machine. Then you will click next, and you can review the settings. Then you will click finish, and it is creating the clone here. Okay, wait for the cloning to be done. Alright guys, if you see here, it has created the clone successfully. 100% is done. Alright, so guys, here if you see, we have created the clone, and this clone is the exact copy of this Windows Server 1. Let us verify whether it is having Windows Server operating system 2012 or not. Let us power on this virtual machine, and you will see the clone is also having the Windows Server operating system. You can see 64-bit, okay, similar to the parent machine. The only difference is it will have the different IP address, different name, but the hardware and the applications, operating system, everything will be same. Let us verify. You can see what is this operating system here?
Windows 2012.
Windows. Very good. So any doubt, guys? How to create the clone?
No, sir. No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
All right. Now, guys, if you see here, while we creating the clone, we have some other options as well. Okay. We'll right click here, and if you go to clone, under this clone, we have seen how to create the clone to virtual machine, and it is having one option here, clone to template. Let us try to understand what is this template. Virtual machine template is a master copy of virtual machine. So guys, template is the copy of the virtual machine. It is used when you need to deploy many virtual machine with the same operating system and application in future. Okay, so what is the difference here between clone and template? Clone, with clone, what you have done? Clone to virtual machine. You have taken, you have created one virtual machine, you have installed the operating system, and you have installed the application, and you have created the clone. The clone will again, it will have the same operating system, same application. Now, these two machine, this is about cloning the virtual machine. Okay, so we have created the clone of the virtual machine to virtual machine. So after creating the clone, you will start working on this virtual machine, you will start saving your data, and other guy will start saving the data on this virtual machine. In future, let us say you want to create one more clone of this virtual machine. If you create the clone of this virtual machine, your data will be cloned or not?
Yes.
In future, if you clone this virtual machine, your data will be cloned or not? It will be cloned, right? So,
Yes, sir.
so let us say if your requirement is like you want to create the virtual machines in future as well with Windows Server 2012 operating system. So in this case, what you will do, you will not create the clone, you will create the template. Okay, so template is a master copy of virtual machine, and it is used when you need to deploy many virtual machines with same operating system in future. So these templates cannot be powered on and have its settings edited. So guys, after creating the template, okay, we have created the template here, and you can't power on this template here, and you can't edit the template settings. So in future, what you will do, whenever you need to have one virtual machine with Windows Server operating system, you will go to this template and you will create one clone from this template. Okay, and that clone, okay, that virtual machine will have Windows Server 2012 operating system. So you can make the changes. Again, in future, you need to have one virtual machine with Windows Server operating system. Again, you will come to this clone and you will create the virtual machine from this template. Okay, so there are three options for creating the virtual machine templates in vCenter server. The first option is convert to virtual machine. Okay, so you have this convert to virtual machine option. We will see, okay, what is this convert to virtual machine, clone to the template, clone to the library. Let us create one template first, then we'll see these options. So guys, how to create the template? Again, you will go to that virtual machine and this time we want to create the template. So which option we need to select?
Second.
Second option, clone to template. This is the copy and we can't power on the template. It is not a virtual machine, guys. Okay. So let us write the name Windows Server 2012
Clone.
template. Okay, it will be a template, not the virtual machine. Then where do we want to save this template? In US data center. Then we'll click next. And on which ESXi host we want to save the template? Let us go with 140.10. So why I'm not selecting 20? Because vCenter server is there. It is already consuming the resources. Okay. So I have selected 140.10. Then we'll click next. And again, same format as source. If the virtual machine is formatted with thin provision, it will take thin provision. If it is configured with thick provision, let us say it is configured with thick provision, but you want thin provision, so you will select thin provision option. So we'll go with same as source. And where do we want to save this template? In data store 1. If you see here, compatibility checks completed, succeeded. Okay, which means we can create the template on this data store. There is no issue here. It is compatible. Then we'll click next and you can review the things. And if you observe here, while creating the template, it is not asking for the IP address. It is not asking for the Windows server name. Okay, because we are just creating the template. When we create the clone from template, it will ask for IP address and machine name. Then we'll click finish. So guys, it is creating the template now. Okay, 5% is done. We'll wait for the template to be created. Alright guys, we can see it is completed, and we will see the virtual machine. Okay, we'll go to 140.10 and Windows template to VM. Okay, this is the virtual machine here, and we can power it. Let us power off the other virtual machines. Anyhow, let us power it on. Okay, let us power on this Windows template to virtual machine. We'll open the console. Okay, you can see this virtual machine is also having Windows Server 2012. Let us say you have some computers and you want to make the communication between these computers. So what you will do, you will take one switch and you will connect the computers and you will configure the IP address, let us say, from the same network. So we will take 192.168.1.0 network. The IP addresses will be 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, and this computer will communicate with each other. What is the condition? The connectivity should be there. Okay, the IP addresses should be configured, then they will communicate with each other. Let us say 1.1 is having some files, and 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, they can access the files from their computer. They don't need to go to the 1.1. So network means making the communication between the devices. Sorry, network means the connectivity of two or more computers in the network. And here networking means making the communication. What is the networking? What is the meaning of networking here? Making the communication between the computers is the networking. So we have two different types of networking. One is physical networking, another one is virtual networking. Let us try to understand what is the meaning of physical networking. So in order to configure a physical network, we need physical NIC, physical medium, and the physical switch. So guys, we want to make, if you want to establish a physical network, we need the physical switch, physical computers, and physical cable here. Okay, so you will connect this computer, these servers to this switch using this physical cable. Then only they will communicate. So you will connect these devices, you will configure the IP address, and they will communicate with each other. So in physical networking, we need physical devices. You need to remember this point. Then in virtual networking, in order to configure a virtual network, we need virtual NIC, virtual cable, and the virtual switch. Okay, because we are establishing the virtual network here, so everything will be virtual. So as physical machine has physical components, a virtual machine has virtual components. So virtual networking is done at the level of hypervisor. So guys, if you remember, you will take one physical server. On the top of this physical server, you will install the ESXi. On the top of this ESXi, on the top of this hypervisor, you will create the virtual machine. At this level, at the level of hypervisor, you will do the virtual network. Okay, at this level, ESXi host. So on the top of this physical machine, you will install the hypervisor. At the level of hypervisor, you will do the virtual network. We'll see how the virtual networking is done. As of now, just remember this one. Okay, virtual network requires virtual components, and virtual networking is done at the level of ESXi host. Now guys, what we will do, we have seen the physical network. We have seen the virtual network. Now let us see how to make the communication between virtual network and physical network. So the communication between physical and virtual network. So let me draw one diagram to understand the connectivity. Okay, so guys, we need the physical server. Let us say we have two physical servers. Physical server 1 and physical server 2. Okay, and what you have done, you have installed the hypervisor or ESXi, and let us say it is ESXi host 1 and it is ESXi 2. On the top of it, you have created some virtual machines. It is virtual machine 1, 2, 3, 4. Here also you have created some virtual machines. 5, 6, 7, 8. So guys, these virtual machines required which device for communication? Okay, if these virtual machines want to communicate with each other, so which device they need here for the communication?
Switch.
It required a switch. So this one virtual switch is already created. Okay, whenever you install the ESXi host, virtual switch is created automatically, and these virtual machines, they will communicate with each other. Here also it is the same thing. Virtual switch is already created by default, and these virtual machines will be connected to this virtual switch and they will communicate with each other. Now guys, let us say we want to make the communication between virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 5. These two virtual machines are on the same device or different device?
Different device.
On different physical servers, right? So this physical server has one NIC. Okay, this physical server also has one NIC, correct?
Yes.
So this virtual switch will be connected with this physical NIC. Here also this virtual switch will be connected with physical NIC. This physical NIC will be connected with the physical switch. Here also this physical NIC, let me write it here. So this physical NIC is connected with physical switch here. So if this virtual switch, virtual machine 1 wants to communicate with virtual machine 5, the request will go to the virtual switch. Virtual switch will forward the request to the physical NIC. Physical NIC is connected with the physical switch. This physical switch will forward the request to the physical NIC of server 2. Then the request will go to the virtual switch. From the virtual switch, the request will go to this virtual machine 5. This is how we connect the virtual network with physical network. Is it clear?
Yes.
Any doubt, any confusion?
No.
No, sir.
Others? Ahmad, Rengal, any doubt?
No, sir, it's clear.
Rengal?
Clear, sir.
Alright guys. So if you see here the same example, we have some virtual machines. So we have some ESXi host 1, 2 and 3. These are the physical ESXi host. On the top of this 3 ESXi host, we have installed the ESXi, we have installed the hypervisor. On the top of this hypervisor, as we have discussed, as soon as we install the ESXi, it will create the virtual switch. Okay, all the machines are having the virtual switch. On the top of this virtual switch, you will create the multiple virtual machines. So these two virtual machines, they will communicate with each other. There is no problem. Here they will communicate with each other. These two virtual machines, they will communicate with each other. But if you want to make the communication between the virtual machines of different ESXi host. Okay, we need to connect these physical servers. We have these physical servers. They will be connected with the physical switch. Okay, so from here they will communicate with each other. So this is how we make the communication between physical and virtual network. Right. Now guys, let us discuss about the virtual switch. We have discussed that whenever we install the ESXi host, one virtual switch is created. So we will discuss more about this virtual switch in detail. So when we install ESXi, one virtual switch is installed by default, which is known as standard switch. What is the name of that virtual switch?
Standard switch.
Standard switch. Guys, remember the name, okay? So whenever we install the ESXi host, one virtual switch is created and the name of the switch is standard switch. And it appears to be a vertical rectangular. You can see this is the virtual switch. You will see the virtual switch like this. This is the picture of virtual switch. And the standard switch, guys, just give me 2 minutes. We will continue after 2 minutes. So guys, we are discussing about virtual switch. So as we have discussed, when we install the ESXi, one virtual switch is installed by default or it is created by default, which is known as standard switch. And it appears to be a vertical rectangular. Okay, this is the virtual switch. And this standard switch would be represented in a graphical format on the screen. So this is the standard switch and it is represented in the graphical manner here. And it is a layer 2 switch that does not support spanning tree protocol. This standard switch is a layer 2 switch and it doesn't support spanning tree protocol. And we all know what is the use of spanning tree protocol. Spanning tree protocol is used to avoid the loop in your network. Okay, so here it is not supporting the spanning tree protocol, which means they have their own mechanism to stop the looping in the network. And a virtual standard switch is a software. Okay, as we all know, it is not a physical switch, it is a virtual switch. Virtual switch means it is a software that manages the network traffic in and out of ESXi host. So this switch, this virtual switch, it is managing the traffic in the VMware environment or ESXi environment. Okay, it is used to send the traffic out of the ESXi server and it is also used for incoming traffic. We cannot bypass the virtual switches, guys. We cannot bypass these virtual switches. We need to have the virtual switch for the communication for incoming and outgoing traffic of the ESXi host, from the ESXi host, you can say. In the vSphere infrastructure, all the communication goes through the virtual switch. As we have discussed, we cannot bypass the traffic. Why we can't bypass the traffic? Because all the traffic goes via the virtual switch. And when you see the standard switch on the left hand side, you are going to have virtual connection. Guys, this is the standard switch. This is the virtual switch. Okay, if you see the left hand side, you will get the virtual connections. Okay, on the left hand side, you will see the virtual connections like VM network and management network. Remember the names. On the right hand side, you are going to have the physical connections. Okay, this is for the physical connection. So guys, if you remember, okay, you have the physical server here. It is having one physical NIC. and you have installed the ESXi host. After installing the ESXi host, one virtual switch is created. This virtual switch is connected with virtual machines, and it is connected with the physical NIC as well. So this is the connection. This is the physical NIC. Okay, so on the right hand side, you are going to see the physical connection. So this virtual switch is connected with the physical adapter, and it is connected with the virtual machines as well. So when we say physical connection, at the right hand side means the physical NIC of ESXi host. This is the physical NIC of ESXi host, which is connected to the virtual switch. And that means when you install ESXi, one virtual switch is created by default, and the first available physical adapter will be connected to the right hand side. So guys, whenever, as we have discussed, whenever we install the ESXi host, the virtual switch is created. So virtual switch is created, and whatever the physical adapter is available, it will be connected to this virtual switch automatically. Okay, so switch is created by the physical adapter will be connected to the right hand side, and it is also called as uplink. Okay, because it is connecting the physical network with virtual network. Okay, it is connecting two networks here, so this will be the uplink here. Okay, when we see the left hand side, okay, this is the left hand side. Okay, virtual NICs are connected. These are the virtual NICs. Okay, and on the left hand side, two connections are there created by default. It is having two connections left hand side, the virtual connections. Okay, VM network and management network. Again, they are also created by default. Okay, when we create this switch, this default switch will have these two connections by default. And if you have the physical adapter available, it is connected by default. If you don't have any physical adapter on the server, you will not see this physical adapter. You will see only the virtual adapters. Clear guys? Any doubt till here?
No, sir.
Any confusion?
No,
Do
sir.
not hesitate to ask the doubt. All right. Now, guys, let us discuss about the VM network. Okay, we will discuss about the VM network. Then we'll discuss about the management network. Okay. So VM network is the first connection labeled as VM network, which stands for virtual machine network. Okay, this is the first connection. Okay, so from the name of this connection, we can easily understand who is going to use it. That is virtual machine. So guys, so as we have discussed, when we create the virtual machines, okay, let us say this is the physical server, and we have installed the ESXi host, and it will install the virtual switch. And when we create the virtual machines, these virtual machines are connected to virtual switch, right? In this virtual switch, we have VM network adapter. So they are going to connect with this VM network adapter. This virtual machine, they are going to connected with the VM adapter. We have two adapters, management network and VM network. So these virtual machines are going to connected with the VM network, not to the management network. And using this VM network, they will communicate with each other. Okay. So virtual machines, they will use this VM network. And this VM network is also known as port group. So the VM network is also called a port group. Port group in the sense collection of ports or group of ports. So this VM network is having multiple ports. Okay, and these ports are used by the virtual machine. Whenever we are creating any virtual machine, okay, they will use the port from this VM network. That is why it is also called as port group. This means this connection, this VM network has multiple ports which are going to used by virtual machines. Okay, so when we create a virtual machine on ESXi host, let us say we are creating 3 virtual machines. each virtual machine is going to have a virtual link. So let us say we are creating the 3 virtual machines, VM1, VM2 and VM3. This is the virtual switch. On the top of this virtual switch, it is having VM network. This VM network has multiple ports which is used to connect this virtual machine. Okay, so let us say we are creating 3 VMs. Every VM is going to have the virtual link, and that virtual link is going to connect to the virtual switch. Where it is going to connect? It is going to connect to the VM network port. That means there are multiple ports in it, and VM going to occupy one port. So VM network is having multiple ports, and each virtual machine will occupy one port here. Let us discuss about the management network. We have discussed about the VM network, which is used by the virtual machines. Let us see what is the use of this management network. So under this management network, under the management network, we have a connection called VM kernel port. If you see here, under this management network, we have one port called VM kernel port. So this VM kernel port is used for the management of ESXi host. Management of ESXi host means we have installed the ESXi host, then we have configured the IP address like 192.168.140.10. Using this IP address, we are accessing this ESXi host remotely. Okay, so how we are able to manage it? Using this management network. Okay, because of this management network, we are able to access the ESXi host remotely. Okay, so under the management network, we have a connection called VM kernel port. This is used for the management of ESXi host. That is why it is referred to as the management network. And the IP address assigned to ESXi host will be configured on VM kernel port. So guys, whenever we are assigning the IP address, that IP address will be assigned to this VM network or VM kernel port. Okay, this IP address. Okay, this IP address we have assigned to this ESXi host 192.168.140.10. Where it is configured on the VM kernel port. Now, every VM kernel we created should have the IP address assigned. So guys, we have one VM kernel port and it should have the IP address. What is the use of this VM? It is used to manage, right? To manage this ESXi host, we need to assign the IP address. So we can create multiple VM kernel ports. As of now, it is having only one VM kernel port. Let us say this VM kernel port goes down. We can't access this ESXi host, correct? So we can create one more VM kernel port. We can assign the IP address to this VM kernel port. Let us say the IP address of the first VM kernel port is 192.168.1.1 and the second VM kernel is 192.168.1.2. If this first VM kernel goes down, we can access the ESXi host from the second VM kernel port. So this is the meaning here. Every VM kernel we create should have an IP address assigned to it. And the same port can be used to manage all the traffic. So just one second guys, I think the slide, just one second. Okay, so VM kernel port is used to manage the ESXi host, correct? VM kernel port is used to manage the ESXi host, and VM kernel port handles minimum 5 types of traffic. Okay, it is managing the network traffic. Okay, that traffic is called as management network traffic. Let us say you have SAN storage in your network. You save your files in your SAN. Okay, so this SAN, it uses the iSCSI. Okay, this management or VM kernel port, it will manage this management network traffic. It will manage the iSCSI traffic. iSCSI means when you have the SAN in your network, it will generate the
iSCSI traffic. It will manage the NFS traffic as well. NFS means if you have NAS in your network, NAS will generate the NFS traffic. So this VM kernel port will manage, it will accept this traffic as well, and vSphere replication traffic as well. So it is used while replicating the virtual machine from one side to another side. Let us say, guys, you have one site. On this side, you have some virtual machines. And due to some natural disaster, your data center is collapsed, and all the virtual machines, all the machines, including physical or virtual machine, they are damaged. Okay, they are damaged, and you need to configure these machines from scratch because you have not taken the backup. Let us say everything is collapsed. Okay, you have taken the backup. Okay, so the backup system is also collapsed. You have taken the backup in SAN. Okay, the SAN is also there in the same data center, and due to earthquake, your complete data center is collapsed. Even the backup is also not available. So again, you need to do everything from scratch. So to avoid this kind of situation, what you will do, you will take the replication. So let us say this is somewhere in UK, your data center is in UK, and you have created some virtual machines. And so what you will do, you will take the same replica in India. Okay, so it will send the replica, whatever the updates you are doing here, it will be sent to the India data center. If this data center collapse, you can have the same virtual machine in India. This is called as replication. Okay, so this VM kernel port will handle the replication traffic as well. It is used while replicating the virtual machine from one side to another side. Let us say you are doing the vMotion as well. Guys, what is vMotion? You remember what is vMotion? In our first class, we have
vMotion is to use to transfer from virtual machine from one EXI to another
very good,
EXI.
beautiful. So with this vMotion technology, what we do, we migrate the live virtual machine from one ESXi to another ESXi. So it is called as vMotion traffic. So that vMotion traffic is also handled by this VM kernel port. And fault tolerance, again, what is fault tolerance?
Fault tolerance, there will be the zero
Zero downtime. Okay, if any ESXi host goes down, okay, let us say you have two ESXi hosts, 1 and 2. It is having VM1 and VM2. If this ESXi goes down, these two virtual machines will be running from ESXi2. Okay, because we have configured the fault tolerance here. So it also will generate that traffic. That traffic again, it is handled by the management network. So this management network or VM kernel port is used to handle the multiple traffics like management traffic, iSCSI traffic, NFS traffic, vSphere replication traffic, vMotion traffic, and fault tolerance traffic. And the same port, okay, this VM kernel port, the same port can be used to manage all types of traffic. We can use the same port to manage the all 6 different types of traffic, but it is not recommended. Okay, let us say this link goes down. What will happen? You won't be able to send the different traffics like vMotion traffic, SAN traffic, NAS traffic, correct? So it is not recommended to use the same VM kernel port for different traffic. We should create a separate VM kernel port for separate traffic. Okay, we should have separate VM kernel port for vMotion, separate VM kernel port for fault tolerance, separate VM kernel port for SAN, NAS, etc. And IP address should be configured on all the VM kernel ports. And guys, here we are going to configure the IP addresses on the virtual side. We are not going to configure the IP address on physical interface. This physical interface is used as uplink here, and uplink doesn't have the IP address. Is it clear, guys? Any doubt?
No, sir.
Now, guys, let us have the overview of this standard switch. So first, we'll access the standard switch individually via ESXi host. Okay, we'll go to networking. Under this networking, we'll go to virtual switches. Under the virtual switches, if you see here, this V switch 0 is already created. This is the standard switch. Okay, you can see add standard switch, which means this is the standard switch. It is recorded as a standard switch, and this is the name. Okay, type. What is the type here? Standard V switch. If you click this standard switch, if you click this V switch 0, you will get the switch here. Okay, the topology. And if you see here, if you observe here, the right side is having the physical connectivity. Left side it is having virtual network, and virtual network, as we have discussed, it is used by the virtual machines. So we have Windows Server 1, Windows Server 1 clone, Windows templates. So these are the 3 virtual machines we have created. Remember these virtual machines?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you can see these virtual machines are communicating with each other using VM network. And this is the management network. Under this management network, we have VM kernel port. Under this VM kernel port, what is the IP address?
Sir, IP address of first ESXi.
So whatever the IP addresses we have configured on ESXi, it is configured here, 140.10. Okay, but what is the problem here? It doesn't have any redundancy. We go to now. If you go to this VC, you will get this error. This error says the virtual switch has no uplink redundancy. Uplink redundancy means we have only one physical connectivity. If this physical connectivity goes down, this virtual machine won't be able to communicate with the other ESXi host. Correct? Getting the point?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you see, you will get the overview here, V switch 0. What is the type? Standard switch. And how many port groups are there? 2 port groups. VM network and VM kernel port. And how many uplinks are there?
1.
Uplink means physical connectivity, correct?
Yes.
And if you see here, you will get the switch detail. What is MTU? 1500. How many ports? 2560 ports are available here. Okay, and where we can use 2555 available ports, and we will discuss each and everything. What is link discovery, attached VM, 3 VMs are attached. We will see what is this beacon interval, notify switch policy, reserve policy, failbox. We will see each and everything in detail. Just have the overview. Okay, how the networking, virtual networking looks like, the interface. It is having security policy, shipping policy, and this is the switch. Okay, if you click this switch, if you go to networking, and if you click the switch, you will get this option. Okay, and if you want to add, we will see how to add the uplink physical connectivity. You can go to edit setting, you will get these options. The same options: MTU, uplink, link discovery, security, NIC teaming, traffic shaping, etc. We are going to discuss each and everything. And what else? You will go to action. You will see these options like add uplink, edit setting, remove. You go to networking. You will give the you will see the port groups. Okay, port groups like VM network and management network. And VM network active ports, it doesn't have any active port. Management port, it is having one active port, and both of them, these two networks are the part of this virtual switch. Okay, and VM network is having 3 virtual machines, and management network doesn't have any virtual machine. That is why it is saying NA, not applicable, you can say. Virtual machines are not applicable to management network. You will go to virtual switches, you will get the list of virtual switches here. So we have only one virtual switch. You will get the physical analysis. Okay, physical analysis to this ESXi1. Only one physical analysis is there. We will see how to add the multiple physical analysis. Then how many VM kernel analysis are there? Only one. VMK0, and this is the management network. Okay, we are using this VM kernel port as management network. If you are using it for SAN, NAS, fault tolerance, vMotion, so you will see the purpose as well. Okay, here you will see the services. It is used for management. Right now, you can add the multiple services as we have discussed. And what is the IP address configured on VM kernel 0, 192.168.140.10. Okay, you will have the TCP IP stack here, and you will have firewall rules. Okay, so this is the overview of this virtual switch, and it is having some issues as I told you. If you see here, it is having only one physical adapter. If this physical adapter goes down, these virtual machines won't be able to communicate with the other virtual machines on the other ESXi host. And it is having only one VM kernel port. If this VM kernel port goes down, we can't access the ESXi host. So we should have the redundancy. We should have the multiple physical interfaces. We should have multiple VM kernel adapters. What this will, we will access the ESXi host directly. Okay, so it is 100. It is vCenter server. Okay, if you see here, we have 140.10, and what we will do, we will access one of the switches. So we will go to networking. Under networking, we have vSwitch 0. Under this vSwitch 0, you will find so many options like MTU, ports, link discovery, attach VM, beacon interval. Okay, and teaming is there, security policy is there, shaping policy. There are so many options are there. Let us discuss about these options one by one. So how to edit these settings? So you will go to top of this page. Okay, switch 0, and the top of this page, then you will click this edit settings option. After selecting this edit settings option, you will see MTU, uplink 1, uplink 2, you will see link discovery, security, NIC teaming, traffic shaping. And if you expand this link discovery option, okay, you will see mode and protocol. Under mode and protocol, you will see advertise both none. Under protocol option, you will see only CDP. And if you see here, we will discuss each and everything. Don't worry. I'm just showing you. I'm just giving you the review of this option. Okay, then if you click the security, under security, you have promiscuous mode, MAC address changes, PORTS transmit. And if you select this NIC teaming option, under this NIC teaming option, you have load balancing, network failure detection, notify switches, fail back, fail over order. Okay, then if you go to traffic shaping, you will see status, bandwidth, peak bandwidth, burst size, and node. Okay, we'll discuss each and every option one by one. Just give me 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, we'll continue. Alright guys, so one more time, you will go to switch, under switch you will go to edit setting, you will get these many settings. The first option is MTU. Let us start with MTU. So we'll see how to edit the virtual switch settings. So we are talking about virtual switch here. Okay, we are doing networking, so we are talking about network switch. We are not talking about the virtual machine here. So virtual switch has multiple settings. You can see it is having these many settings. You can edit them as per your requirement. So as per your requirement, you can edit the setting, or you can go with the default setting as well. It will work. So the steps to reach these settings, you will go to networking. Under networking, you will select the switch which you want to where you want to do the editing. Then you will go to edit settings. You will get these options. After that, as we have discussed, you will get the first option as MTU. MTU is 1500. It is in bytes. So MTU stands for maximum transmission unit. MTU is a networking term that defines the largest packet that can be sent over a network connection. So this defines the largest packet to be sent over the network. So MTU is an Ethernet connection. MTU is an Ethernet connection in the Ethernet connection. Okay. MTU, the value of MTU in the Ethernet connection is 1500 bytes, which means maximum we can send a packet of 1500 bytes. If you are sending, okay, if the packet, let us say it is larger than 1500 bytes, let us say it is 1600 bytes. The size of the packet is 1600 bytes. So maximum it will support 1500 bytes. If the 1600 byte packet is coming, it will divide the packet into segments. So if a system sends a packet larger than 1500 bytes, the packet will be fragmented. The packet will be divided and it will be sent in small packets. Okay, it will be sent into smaller packets. These packets will then need to be reassembled on the receiving computer. So at the destination will reassemble the fragmented packets. So you can increase or decrease the MTU size. Okay, so this is the setting, this is the MTU, and if you go to MTU, you can increase or decrease the size. Here you can see, you can give 1600. So it can send the maximum 1600 bytes packet, size packet. Okay, it will not fragment it. So we'll go with default settings. We'll go with 1500 bytes only, and it is enough. If you want to increase, you can increase. If you want to decrease, you can decrease. So do not touch the default settings until you need it. Okay, then we have one option called link discovery. Before link discovery, we have uplinks option. Okay, MTU, then we have uplink option. So whatever the uplinks is available, it will be shown here. You can change the uplink. Let me show you. So you can go to uplink, and if you want to change, you can change the uplink. You can go with the default setting. So these are the physical links which are connected to the ESXi host. So we have connected two uplinks to this switch. Okay, again we will go with the default one. After that, we have this link discovery option. Under this link discovery option, we have two options, mode and protocol. Under mode, we have listen, advertise, both none option is there. In protocol, we have only one protocol. So let us discuss about what is this link discovery option first. Okay, then we will see the sub options like protocol and mode. So guys, imagine this is our ESXi host. This is our virtual switch, and virtual switch is having virtual ports. These virtual ports are connected with this physical NIC, and this physical NIC is connected with the physical switch, correct? So we have this Cisco physical switch which is connected with our ESXi host. Okay, so what is the use of this link discovery? This option is used to have the information about directly connected physical switch. So using this link discovery option, you will get the information about this directly connected switch. You will get the information about the physical switch, or you will send the information of this virtual switch to this physical switch. Okay, so it is used to discover the link. So we have, if you go to this protocol option, we'll discuss about mode option later. First we'll see protocol option. So under this protocol option, we have only one protocol, which is CDP, Cisco Discovery Protocol. CDP stands for Cisco Discovery Protocol, and it is a Cisco proprietary protocol. It is developed by Cisco. So this link discovery option will use this CDP to get the information about the directly connected switch. Okay, so CDP, the virtual switch uses CDP to discover the neighbors. Okay, it is the neighbor. It is connected means it is the neighbor here, which means it is like a physical Cisco switch. So in physical Cisco switches also, guys, we run this command. Okay, show CDP command to get the information about neighbors. The same thing we can do with the virtual switch as well. So this virtual switch will use this CDP command to get the information about this directly connected switch. So CDP is a Cisco proprietary protocol that is used for collecting the directly connected neighbor device information. So what information you will get? Okay, we have discussed that it is used to get the information about neighbor. So what information you will get? The information like what is the model number, what is the hardware, which software is used by this Cisco switch, what is the device name. So each device has some name. You will get the device information, you will get the IP address. So you will get so many information about the neighbor here. Neighbor means the device which is directly connected. So this link discovery is used to get the information about neighbor, and this is the protocol which is used to get the information. Now guys, let us try to discuss these modes. So this link discovery is having multiple modes. So it is having modes like listen mode, advertise mode, both mode, and none mode. Let us discuss what is this advertise mode. The second option, advertise mode. So the ESXi host, this device, the ESXi host make the switch available to Cisco switch administrator. So here this option, as we have discussed, it will get the information about physical switch, and it will provide the information of this virtual switch to this physical switch. Providing the information to switch means the administrator. Okay, the switch administrator will get the information. So here if you select only listen option, so advertise option, so it will advertise the information about this virtual switch to this physical switch, or the switch administrator, physical switch administrator will get the information about this virtual switch, but it will not get the information about the physical switch. It is just providing the information to physical switch. So advertisement, it is the ESXi host makes the vSwitch available to Cisco switch administrator, but does not detect and display the information about Cisco switch. It is sending the virtual switch information, but it is not getting the physical switch information. This is the meaning of advertise. So you can understand it from the name itself. If you select listen mode, so listen is the opposite of advertise mode. So with this listen mode, it will get the information of physical switch, but it will not provide the information to the physical switch of this virtual switch. So ESXi host detects and display the information about the switch port, Cisco switch port, but the information about the virtual switch is not available to Cisco switch administrator. If you select both, what will happen, guys, if you select both?
Yeah.
So if you select both, ESXi host detects and display the information about Cisco switch and makes the information about virtual switch available to the Cisco switch administrator. And if you select none, so they will not send and receive the information about each other. Now guys, we have the security option. let me show you the link discovery option first on the ESXi host. Then we'll go to the next option. So if you see here, we have this link discovery option, which is having these many modes: listen, advertise, both, and none. And it is having only one CDP protocol. So we have discussed about these options, link discovery options. Let us discuss about this security option. This security option is having promiscuous mode, MAC address changes, forge transmit option. So promiscuous mode, it is having accept and reject options. Again, MAC address changes also having accept and reject option. Force transmit is also having accept and reject option. So let us discuss what is this security option and what are these promiscuous, MAC address change, and force transmit modes. Okay, so guys, so let us discuss about the security option, this option. So there are network security policies for virtual switches that enables you to protect the virtual machines against the attack. So these security options are used to protect your virtual machines from any kind of attack. It is having three modes: promiscuous mode, MAC address changes, force transmit. And each mode has accept and reject option. So let us discuss about the promiscuous mode. So to prevent the virtual machine network adapter from receiving the not intended traffic. So guys, let us discuss something about virtual machines here. Okay, the behavior of virtual machine. So we have one physical server. On the top of this physical server, we have installed ESXi. So the switch is created, virtual switch is created, and we create the virtual machines. Okay, let us say we have multiple virtual machines. Virtual machine 1, virtual machine 2, virtual machine 3, virtual machine 4, virtual machine 5. We have multiple virtual machines. Let us say the VM1 is the domain controller here, Active Directory or domain controller, and any machine wants to communicate with, it is sending the traffic to domain controller. So what is the behavior here? Whenever someone is sending the traffic to domain controller, the same traffic will be sent to the other machines. This is the behavior here. Okay, we want to communicate with domain controller. Okay, it will not go, the traffic will not go to the domain controller alone, it will send the traffic to the other virtual machines. So with that promiscuous option, what we can do, we can accept or reject the option. If we select reject, means it will send the traffic only to the intended virtual machine, it will send the traffic only to the domain controller. If we select accept, it will send the traffic to all the virtual machines. So we select accept option when we want to do the monitoring. Okay, otherwise we don't select the accept option. Okay, so promiscuous mode means to prevent the virtual machines network adapter from receiving the traffic not intended for. So all the virtual machines connected to the switch receive the same traffic even if it is not intended for the specific virtual machine, like domain controller or virtual machine. As we have discussed, all the virtual machines will receive the same traffic even though it is not sent to them. Okay, so if you select reject unintended traffic, if you select this reject option, unintended traffic will be blocked, which means traffic will go to that particular virtual machine, it will not be sent to the other virtual machines, and it is reject by default. And if you select accept, switch will not block any traffic. It will send the traffic to all the devices, and this option is useful when we do the monitoring. Clear guys, what is promiscuous mode?
Sir, what is unattended traffic is blocked, please?
Pardon? Unintended. Unintended. Okay, as I told you, we have multiple virtual machines, correct?
Yes.
Let us say this is our DC, and we want to send the traffic to DC. This is our intended virtual machine. The other virtual machines are unintended, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when we send the traffic to DC, that traffic will go to the other machines as well. Okay, so
Yes.
if you select reject, unintended traffic will be blocked. So it will not send the traffic to the unintended virtual machine. Got the point?
Yes, got it.
Others? Any doubt?
No, sir, we got it.
Okay, so this is the meaning of promiscuous mode. We have some other modes like MAC address change and forced transmit. These two options are related to MAC address. Okay, so the MAC address changes and forge transmit, these two options are related to the MAC address of virtual machine. Okay, so basically what is the difference between MAC address change and force transmit is involve the direction of the traffic. So this MAC address change is concerned with the incoming traffic. So guys, if you select MAC address changes reject option, so what this option will do, it will not allow the incoming traffic to change the MAC address. Okay, MAC address is related to incoming traffic. If you select force transmit rejected, it will not allow to change the MAC address of outgoing traffic. It is incoming traffic, MAC address changes, and force transmit, it is related to outgoing traffic. If you select this reject option, it will not allow you to change the outgoing traffic MAC address. If you select accept, even the traffic is coming with the other MAC address, it will allow it. Okay, and if you select accept, so you can change the MAC address and you can send the traffic. So these two options related to MAC addresses. One is related to incoming, the other is related to outgoing MAC address. So accept means if the guest operating system admin wants to change the MAC address, we are allowing it. Okay, and reject means if the guest operating system admin changes the MAC address, it stops sending and receiving the frame. Reject means we don't want to change the MAC addresses. Even though we have selected reject option and admin has changed the MAC address, it will not allow the traffic. And all the MAC addresses are saved on a file called .vmx. Okay, so it will check that MAC address file and it will decide whether the MAC address is changed or not. Then guys, after this, we have a option called teaming. After security, okay, we have an option called network teaming. Let me show you. Let me take you to the ESXi host. There we will see this NIC teaming option. Okay, security is over. Then we'll go to the network teaming option. And this network teaming option is having multiple options. Okay, like load balancing, network failover detection, notify switches, failback, failover order. Okay, so when you have multiple NICs, in this switch we have connected two NICs. Okay, whenever you connect multiple NICs, So network teaming option is useful. So let us see how to use this network teaming option. Okay, remember you need to have multiple NICs. Then only this teaming option is useful. Okay, if you see here, this is the switch here, and this switch is having two NIC cards. So network teaming, it is a feature that provides the network redundancy and load balancing of the traffic. So using this option, we can do the load balancing and we can have the network redundancy. Let us try to understand what is the meaning of network redundancy and load balancing of traffic. So in this example, how many NICs we have?
Two.
Two. If we have two NICs, we can do the load balancing, right? If you have 100 packets, you can send the 50 packets from the first NIC, you can send the 50 packet from the second NIC, correct?
Yes.
This is the load balancing. We are sending, we are dividing, we are load balancing the traffic between two NICs. So with network teaming option, we can do the load balancing. And what is the meaning of redundancy? Let us say any one of the link goes down. What will happen? We can send the traffic from the other link, correct?
Yes.
This is the meaning of redundancy. So with the help of this network teaming, we can get the network redundancy and load balancing of the traffic. So when you have two NICs attached to your virtual switch as uplink in active state. So let us say these two switches are in active state. Okay, this means they are teamed together, they will work together, which has two advantages. One is redundancy, the other one is load balancing. Guys, what is the meaning of redundancy here?
Sir, if one switch fails, then other will take over. So means our traffic will not, our services will not get avoided.
Affected. Very good. So we can send the traffic from the other link, correct? What is the meaning of load balancing?
We can divide the traffic. If there is heavy traffic, we can divide the traffic into two different paths.
Okay, very good. So even though whether there is heavy traffic or not, okay, we can divide the traffic. We can utilize both the links, correct?
Yes. Okay.
So this is the idea about NIC teaming. It is having multiple options. Let us discuss about those options. Okay. So if you expand this NIC teaming, you will get load balancing option, network failover detection option, notify switch option, and failback option. So let us discuss about this load balancing option first. So there are different methods of virtual switch uses to do the load balancing. This virtual switch uses different methods to do the load balancing. So what are those different methods? Okay, you can see route based on IP hash, route based on source MAC hash, route based on originating port ID, use explicit failover order. So it is having multiple options to do the load balancing. We will discuss about each and every option one by one. So guys, let us discuss about route based on originating port ID option. Okay, and this option is selected by default, route based on originating port ID. Let us see how this option will do the load balancing. Let us try to understand it. So this is the virtual switch here, and virtual switch is having four virtual ports. These are the virtual ports, and virtual machines are connected to each port. Okay, the above part is here, the virtual part, and these are the virtual machines like virtual machine A, virtual machine B, virtual machine C, virtual machine D, and they are connected to these virtual ports. And this switch is connected with three uplinks. Can we connect multiple links to the virtual switch? Multiple uplinks?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Just give me 1 second, guys. Let me take the call. Okay, so how many virtual machines we have
4,
and how many uplinks we have?
3.
3. Now, guys, so let us see how it will do the load balancing. Okay, between 4 virtual machines and 3 uplinks. So it will use this method, a route based on originating port ID method will use the round robin method. So first virtual machine will get the first link. Second virtual machine B will get the second link. Virtual machine C will get the second link. D will get the first link now. If you have E will get the second link, F will get the third link. So this is how it will do the load balancing. So round robin, if you have 4 virtual machines, 3 NICs, VMA will get the first NIC and so on. VMD will get the first NIC again. And VMs will be running designated NICs. If an adapter fails, load will start shift to another adapter. So let us say if this adapter goes down. So what will happen? A load will go to the second adapter. Okay. So this is how this route based on originating port ID load balancing method work. So what is the advantage? What is the pros of this method? Easy to configure, doesn't need any configuration at physical switch. So you don't need to do any configuration at physical switch. Okay, and it is very easy to configure. And what is the disadvantage? What is the drawback here? NIC1, if you see this example here, this NIC1 is having the higher utilization. Okay, others are not considered. So we are not considering the other ports, even they have less utilization. That is, the configuration is easy but not good for the bandwidth utilization. Is it clear, guys? Still here, the first method?
Sir, cons once again. What will be the pros? Pros I understood with the cons.
Cons means A is getting the first link, correct?
Yes.
B is getting the second link.
Yes.
Third is getting the
Third link.
third link. Fourth will get the first link again, correct?
Yes.
So here, this first uplink is getting how many? It is used by how many virtual machines?
2.
2. So it is having the load or not?
Yes.
This is a drawback. Even though the other links are not having the load, it is not
Okay.
considering sending the packet to the other uplinks. You need to send all the traffic to this port 1. This is the con. So NIC1 has higher utilization. Others are not considered even though they have less utilization.
Okay, got it, sir.
Clear? Ahmad Rengal? Any doubt?
No, so we understood.
Okay. What is the second option here? Route based on IP hash. Okay. So let us try to understand
how the traffic is divided between these three uplinks. Again, we have 4 virtual machines. Okay, this time, if a virtual machine A is communicating with 3 IP addresses. So guys, let us say we have some IP addresses like 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and this virtual machine A is communicating with all these 3 IP addresses. If a so the traffic will be distributed between 3 NICs. Okay, for IP address 1.1, the traffic will go from the first link. For the IP address 1.2, the traffic will go from the second link. From the IP address 1.3, the traffic will go from the third link. Here we are distributing, we are dividing the traffic, we are load balancing the traffic based on the destination IP address. Okay, if B is communicating with IP1, okay, so here the IP1 traffic is going from this first uplink. If B want to communicate with IP1, the traffic will go to this first link. If C wants to communicate with IP1, again the traffic will go from the first link. If D wants to communicate with IP2, the traffic will go from the second link. This is how it will do the load balance. Okay, what is the advantage here? Has a better distribution of traffic. So it is distributing the traffic very well. What is the cons? CPU overhead. So CPU utilization will be there with this method, and it is not compatible with all the switches. This is the con. This is the disadvantage with this route based on IP hash. Is it clear? The second method.
Yes, sir.
Let us see the third method, route based on IP hash. This method, okay, route based on IP hash. We have already seen, right? Yeah. The pros and cons, better distribution of traffic, but it is having CPU overhead. We have already discussed. Let me, okay, no issues. Now guys, the other method is route based on source MAC hash. This method, what is happening here? Let us say we have multiple virtual machines, VM1, VM2, VM3, VM4, VM5. So VM1 is using, we have NIC1, NIC2, NIC3. So VM1 is getting NIC2. So it will always get this NIC, whatever the traffic, it will not see, okay, whatever the IP address, all the traffic from VM1 will always go through this NIC2. Okay, so here provides the most balanced approach than port ID. Each virtual machine always uses the single link, but load not be distributed. Okay, so this machine will get the same link always. Here we are not distributing the load. For example, if you have 3 NICs, the virtual machine uses one of them for all the network communication. So VM1 is using the first NIC, VM2 is using the, sorry, VM1 is using the second NIC, VM2 is using the first NIC. So they will always use the same link, okay, always. And it is having the low CPU overhead. It does not require any physical switch configuration. So you don't need to do the configuration on physical switch. And 99% route based streaming works, okay, with this method. And 1% IP based is used whenever you are using the NFS multipath, they will use only 1%. Then we have this explicit failover order. What is the use of this fourth option? No load balancing is available with this policy. If you select this option, it will not do the load balancing. It will send the packet only from one link which is active. Okay, if you go to failover option, under this failover option, we have active NIC. It will send the packet from the active NIC. If this link goes down, it will search for the second active NIC. If you don't see any second NIC, active NIC, it will forward the packet from the standby NIC. So no load balancing is available with this option. Virtual switch always uses the uplink that stands first. Okay, it will use this first uplink that stands first in the active adapter from the failover order. If no uplinks in the active list, then the virtual switch uses the uplink from the standby link. So it will give the priority to active. If the active is not available, it will forward the packet from the standby NIC. Is it clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, guys, let us see the network failover detection. Okay, we have covered.
Sir, all this practical we will do now.
Which practical?
Just we are going through.
We are doing the practicals, right, simultaneously. If you want to change the setting, you can directly change the settings. Okay, let me show you. Okay, you will go to networking and you will select any switch. You will select edit option. So we have seen security. After security, we have seen NIC teaming. Under this NIC teaming, we have this load balance option. We have discussed about these options. Now what we will do, we will see what is this network failover detection. Under this network failover detection, we have link status only and beacon only option. Let us try to understand what is the use of this network failover detection option. Okay, so we have completed the load balancing option. Now we will see under this network teaming, we will see network failover detection option. So we have two options here, link status only and beacon only. So what is the use of this network failover detection option? It is a mechanism used to detect a network failure. Okay, it is a mechanism to detect the network failure. What kind of network failure? The switch is not working, the cable is unplugged, the switch is not configured properly. So this mechanism is used to detect those failures. So two network failure detection methods are available in vSphere when using the standard virtual switch. What are those two methods? Link status only, beacon only. So let us see what this link status only option will detect. So this link status only option detect if the cable is unplugged. Okay, if the physical switch is powered off. But this option cannot detect the configuration errors. Example, wrong VLAN configuration. If there is any wrong VLAN configuration on the physical switch, it will not detect it. Okay, and cannot detect the cable pull on the other side of physical switch. So if the cable is unplugged on the other side of the switch, this option will not detect it. Then we have beacon probing. Guys, please mute your mics. This option will detect if the cable is unplugged. Okay. even on the other side of the switch. Like operating system detects the cable is unplugged or not and it indicates the red cross. Then if the physical switch is fail, if the physical switch is powered off, then it will detect that as well. If there is any failure, misconfiguration in VLAN, it will detect that as well, beacon probing. And if any ports are blocked by spanning tree protocol on the physical switch, that also will be detected with this beacon probing. So guys, you need to note this point. Beacon probing should not be used with IP hash load balancing policy. So we have seen multiple load balancing policies. Okay, so this beacon probing should not be used with IP hash load balancing policy because beacon probing with IP hash load balancing is not supported. It is not supported and you have configured it. You will face the issue in the network. This could be a misconfiguration resulting in link that is still up but not operating as expected. So guys, you need to be very careful when you are using this beacon probing. So or better not to use this beacon probing option. Otherwise you are going to face some issues. And guys, after that, so you can, if you select yes, okay, where were we? Just 1 second. Yeah, so we have seen the network failure detection and we can select the methods from here. After that, we have one option called notify switches. Okay, what is this notify switches? Notify switches, this option is used to send the notification to physical switches. So this, if you select yes, it will send the notifications to the physical switch. If you select no, it will not send the notification to physical switches. But what kind of notifications? Let us try to understand. So when the NIC of virtual machine is connected to virtual switch, it will send the notification to the physical switch. When the powered on virtual machine is connected to virtual switch, so when you connect any virtual machine to virtual switch, it will send the notification to the physical switch. These notifications will be sent. When a failover event causes a virtual machine traffic get routed from the different physical links. So if there is any issue in your network and it is sending the traffic from another link, that also will be notified to the switch. So guys, what is being notified here? Okay, we are saying that it will send the notification to the physical switch, but what it is sending in the notification, the MAC address, what is there in that notification, it will send the MAC address, and physical switches are being notified, and who is sending the notification? VM kernel is sending the notification to the physical switch, and in that notification MAC address is there. Okay, if you select no, it will not send any notification. If you select, if you connect the virtual machine, if you connect any port, if the traffic is going from the other link, okay, no notification will be sent to the physical switches. Then we have this failback option. We have seen notify switches. Okay, it is used to send a notification to the physical switch. Then we have failback option. Let us try to understand what is the use of this failback option. So if it is having two options here, yes and no. If you select yes, if the active adapter fails, the standby adapter will become the active. So guys, you have two adapters here. One adapter is the active adapter. The second adapter is the standby adapter. So VMNIC 0 is your active adapter. NIC 1 is your standby adapter. So if you select yes, okay, what will happen? Let us try to understand. If this active adapter goes down, this standby will become active. Okay, let us say NIC comes back. Okay, it was down and it is up. So if you select up, so it will become active again. NIC will become active again. If you select no, what will happen? Even though if this NIC comes up, it will not retain the active status. It has to wait for this VM NIC1 to go down, then it will become active. Got the point? What is the use of failback?
Yes, sir, got it.
Others?
Yes, sir, we got it.
Okay. So here if you see, if the active adapter fails, okay, what happened to my pen? So if the active adapter fails, the standby adapter will become active after some time. If the previous adapter becomes alive, okay, and no means it will not retake an active role. So let me show you. We'll go to the ESXi host, and you can see if you go to failover order, we have two NICs here, okay, and both of them are active. So if you want to mark the second adapter as standby, you can mark it as standby. If you want to make active, you can make it active. If it is standby, if one adapter is standby and the other adapter is active, then this failback option is useful. If both of them are active, it is not useful. Okay. Then we have failover order. Let us see what is this.